Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The morning mist clung to the rolling hills of the Shire like a silver blanket, but something was different about this particular dawn. Violetta Smallborough stood at her round door, herb basket in hand, watching as an unusual shadow passed over her garden. It wasn't the familiar shape of a cloud or the regular morning birds. This shadow moved with purpose, circling 3 times before settling on her fence post. There, materializing from the mist, perched a starling unlike any she had seen before. Its feathers shimmered with hints of gold, and its eyes held an ancient wisdom that made her hobbit heart skip a beat. "Greetings, healer of the eastern bounds," the bird spoke, its voice carrying the whisper of rustling leaves. "The old forest calls for aid, and only those with feet that walk softly upon the earth may answer." Violetta, though startled, was not entirely surprised. Her grandmother had often spoken of the talking birds of the old world, messengers of the great powers that once walked freely through Middle-earth. What did surprise her was being addressed as Healer of the Eastern Bounds, a title she had never heard before, though she had indeed spent years tending to both hobbits and wildlife along the eastern borders of the Shire. The starling's message was dire. The Ents of the old forest were vanishing one by one, like leaves scattered in an autumn wind. With each disappearance, the ancient wards protecting the Shire's boundaries grew weaker. These were not the simple boundaries marked on maps, but deeper magic, old as the hills themselves, woven by a long-forgotten pact between the Ents and the first hobbits to settle in these lands. "Why me?" Violetta asked, though in her heart, she already knew the answer. Her grandmother had taught her more than just the healing properties of herbs. She had passed down old songs, strange words whispered to plants to help them grow, and tales of a time when hobbits and trees spoke the same language. "Because," the starling replied, "you still remember the old ways, and because hobbits alone can move unseen when they wish to. The enemy we face cannot know they are being watched. Within 3 days, Violetta had assembled her unlikely company. Pip Proudfoot, a hunter whose quiet feet could outfox even the wariest rabbit. Bell Greenhand, whose knowledge of plants went beyond mere gardening into the realm of ancient herb lore. And old Master Bilberry Sandyman, who spent more time with his books of forgotten languages than with other hobbits. They set out at dawn, 4 small figures slipping away from the comfort of their hobbit holes into the wilderness. The old forest loomed before them, its ancient trees standing like sentinels at the edge of all they knew. Even from a distance, Violetta could sense something was amiss. The forest's usual song, a melody felt more than heard, had become discordant. As they ventured deeper into the woods, Bell Greenhand discovered the first clue: patches of earth where nothing would grow, as if the very life had been drawn out of the soil. Master Bilberry found strange markings carved into the oldest trees, symbols that made his eyes water when he tried to read them. Pip noticed that no animals made their homes near these marked trees, not even the smallest insects. The starling, who had introduced itself as Goldwing, led them to a hollow where an Ent had once stood guard. All that remained was a depression in the earth and a scatter of leaves that refused to decay. "This is where Elderroot stood," Goldwing explained, for 3 ages of the world. Now only silence remains. Through careful observation and Master Bilberry's translations, they began to uncover the truth. An ancient enemy had returned, not the dark powers of Mordor, but something older and more subtle. The very first Dark Lord, Morgoth, had cursed the wild things of Middle-earth with a sleeping spell of unmaking, a curse that had lain dormant for ages until awakened by recent disturbances in the earth. The hobbits discovered they had abilities they never knew they possessed. Violetta found she could hear the whispered memories of the trees when she pressed her hands against their bark. Belle could sense the paths of power that ran like roots beneath the forest floor. Pip's hunter's instincts allowed him to track the movement of shadows that should not have moved, and Master Bilberry began to understand the ancient language of the forest simply by listening to its rhythms. Their journey led them to the heart of the old forest, where they found an ancient circle of standing stones, half buried in the earth. Here, the starling revealed the final piece of the puzzle. The Ents hadn't vanished, they had been pulled into a sleep, so deep it had taken them out of the waking world. And with each Ent that slept, the protective magic around the Shire grew weaker. But hobbits, as Goldwing explained, had a power of their own, a gift forgotten by all save a few. They were the children of the kind earth, blessed with the ability to wake growing things from the deepest of sleeps. This was why the first hobbits had been chosen as partners by the Ents. Their very presence could counter the darkest of nature's enchantments. Under a full moon in the stone circle, the 4 hobbits joined hands. Violetta sang the healing songs her grandmother had taught her, while Belle scattered sacred herbs in a pattern as old as the forest itself. Pip kept watch, his keen eyes piercing the shadows, and Master Bilberry chanted words in a language that had not been spoken since the First Age. The earth trembled, and the stars seemed to spin overhead. From the ground rose a sound like great roots stretching, like ancient wood creaking back to life. One by one, the Ents began to appear, not stepping out from behind trees, but seeming to emerge from the very air itself, like figures stepping out of a fog. They had never left, they had simply been pushed slightly out of the waking world, trapped in a space between sleeping and waking. The first to fully wake was Elderroot, his eyes like deep pools of ancient memory. "The little folk remember," he said, his voice the sound of centuries of slow thought. When all others forgot the old alliances, the hobbits remembered in their bones, in their love of growing things, in their gentle steps upon the earth. That night, the pact between Ents and hobbits was renewed. The protected boundaries of the Shire were strengthened not just by the Ents' magic, but by the hobbits' own connection to the land. Violetta and her companions had awakened not only the Ents, but also an ancient power that had slept in hobbit hearts since their wandering days. When they returned home, few in the Shire noticed anything different about the 4 hobbits, save perhaps that Violetta's herbs seemed to heal even better than before. Belle's gardens grew with extraordinary vigor. Pip moved even more quietly through the woods. And old Master Bilberry's translations of ancient texts became uncannily accurate. But on quiet mornings, when the mist rolls in from the old forest, some say they can hear the sound of deep voices singing ancient songs, and if they look carefully, they might spot a golden feathered starling watching over the eastern bounds of the Shire, where a hobbit healer tends her garden and remembers the day she helped wake the Ents. Story 2, in the western corner of the Shire, where the rolling hills met the distant echo of the sea, lived a peculiar hobbit named Minto Barefoot. Unlike most of his kin who traded in stories of family gossip and the daily happenings of Hobbiton, Minto collected tales of the ancient days when magic still danced openly under the stars and hobbits first learned to tend the earth. On his 33rd birthday, the day hobbits come of age, Minto received an unexpected inheritance from his grandfather, a simple wooden flute, worn smooth by generations of careful hands. The instrument seemed unremarkable, save for the faint pattern of leaves etched along its length that seemed to shift in the changing light, as if stirred by an invisible breeze. "Your grandfather," his mother said, placing the flute in his hands, "would play this in the gardens at midnight, when he thought no one was watching. Strange how his crops always grew twice as tall as anyone else's that night. Beneath a sky scattered with stars, Minto took the flute to his small garden. His fingers found the holes as if they had known them all his life, and a melody rose unbidden to his lips, a song that spoke of deep roots and growing things, of spring mornings and the gentle patience of trees. As the last note faded into the darkness, his prized tomato plant suddenly sprouted new leaves, and buds appeared where none had been before. Word of Minto's gift spread quickly through the Shire, as word tends to do among hobbits. Soon, farmers were calling him to their fields to play for struggling crops, and gardeners sought his help with stubborn seeds. Minto discovered that different songs could speak to different plants, a sprightly tune for climbing beans, a slow and stately melody for ancient oak trees. But as summer turned to autumn, a shadow crept into the Shire. It began with a single withered patch in Farmer Maggot's prized mushroom field. Within weeks, gardens throughout the East Farthing began to fail. The earth itself seemed to be turning gray and lifeless, as if something were drawing the very essence of growth from the soil. On a stormy evening, as Minto tried vainly to revive a dying apple tree with his music, an unexpected visitor arrived at his door. She was a hobbit he had never seen before, though something about her seemed familiar as ancient hills. Her name was Ruby Thornborough, and she carried a drum made of hollow wood that seemed to thrum with its own heartbeat. "The earth is sick," she said without preamble, "and your flute alone cannot heal it. It was made to work in harmony with 3 other instruments: my drum that speaks to roots, the harp that calls to leaves, and the bells that sing to flowers." Together, they formed the 4 voices that the first hobbits used to wake the bounty of the earth. Ruby spoke of an ancient time when 4 hobbit families had been chosen as guardians of nature's music. But over generations, as the memory of magic faded, the instruments were forgotten or lost. Now, with the darkness spreading through the land, the time had come to reunite them. Their quest began at dawn. Ruby's drum could sense the presence of its sister instruments, its steady beat growing stronger as they approached each one. Their search led them to Rosie Banks in the South Farthing, who had inherited her grandmother's silver bells but thought them merely pretty trinkets, and to Tom Lightfoot in Buckland, who had been using his family's ancient harp as a clothes rack, unaware of its true power. As they traveled, they began to understand the true nature of the blight affecting the Shire. It was no natural sickness, but the work of an ancient curse, cast long ago by a forgotten power that resented the hobbit's special connection to growing things. The curse had lain dormant for ages, sealed away by the combined power of the 4 voices, until recent disturbances in the deep places of the world had weakened its prison. The 4 hobbits learned to play together, their music weaving into harmonies that could make withered plants spring back to life. But the blight continued to spread, and they realized they needed to find the source of the curse itself. Ruby's drum led them to an ancient barrow in the old forest, where the curse had first been buried. In the depths of the barrow, they faced shadows that tried to steal their voices, and whispers that promised to trade their music for power. But the 4 hobbits stood firm, and as the curse rose around them, like a storm of withering autumn leaves, they played the most important performance of their lives. Minto's flute sang of new growth and spring mornings. Ruby's drum echoed the steady heartbeat of the earth itself. Rosie's bells chimed with the joy of opening flowers, and Tom's harp whispered secrets of leaf and branch. Together, Their music wove a spell that had not been heard in Middle-earth since the First Age, when hobbits first learned the songs of growing things. The curse, unable to withstand the combined power of the four voices, dissolved like morning mist in summer sun. As their music faded, the hobbits felt the earth beneath their feet awakening, filled with renewed vitality. When they emerged from the barrow, they found the world changed. Grass grew greener, flowers bloomed brighter, and trees seemed to stand taller. The four hobbits became known as the guardians of growth, though most of their neighbors simply thought of them as particularly gifted musicians who could make any garden thrive. They gathered every season to play together, maintaining the health of the land through their harmonies. Their descendants would continue this tradition for generations, though few would remember its true significance. And if you visit the Shire even today, you might hear strange music on the evening breeze, perhaps a flute playing counterpoint to a drum's deep rhythm, or bells chiming in harmony with a harp's gentle notes. If you do, know that the guardians still watch over the growing things, keeping alive an ancient magic in their own quiet way. Story 3. The morning sun had barely touched the dew-laden fields of Buckland when Frederick Brandybuck discovered the first golden mushroom growing among his prized vegetables. It seemed to pulse with an inner light, its cap shimmering like molten gold in the early dawn. As an experienced farmer and collector of exotic fungi, Frederick knew every mushroom species that grew in the East Farthing, but this one was different. When he reached to touch it, a fragment of a vision flashed through his mind. Vast underground halls illuminated by crystalline light, and the sound of distant singing that seemed to blend hobbit and dwarvish voices in perfect harmony. That night, Frederick's dreams were filled with images of an ancient city carved into the roots of the mountains. He saw hobbits and dwarves working side by side, sharing knowledge of growing things and the secrets of stone. But these weren't ordinary dreams. They carried the weight of memory, as if the golden mushroom had awakened something long forgotten in his hobbit blood. The next morning, his cousin Rosa arrived unexpectedly at his door, her usually cheerful face creased with worry. "The same dreams," she said before he could speak. "You've had them too, haven't you?" In her hands, she clutched a similar golden mushroom found in the forests near Tuckborough. As they shared breakfast and compared their visions, more reports began arriving from across the Shire. Hobbits were finding golden mushrooms in their gardens and forests, and those who ate them either vanished without a trace or returned changed, speaking in riddles about underground kingdoms and ancient songs. "We must go to the Blue Mountains," Frederick declared, studying an old map inherited from his grandmother. "The visions show a path, a hidden way that our ancestors once walked alongside their dwarf friends, Rosa, whose Tookish blood had always made her more adventurous than most, readily agreed. They packed their bags with typical hobbit thoroughness, provisions for several meals, warm cloaks, and most importantly, samples of the golden mushrooms carefully wrapped in leaves. Their journey took them through the peaceful lands of the Shire and into the wilder regions beyond. The mushrooms they carried seemed to guide them, glowing brighter when they were on the right path. As they traveled, Frederick and Rosa began to piece together the truth through their shared visions. Long ago, before the founding of the Shire, some hobbits had lived alongside dwarves in great underground cities, combining hobbit craft of growing things with dwarvish mastery of stone and metal. These hobbits had developed a unique form of agriculture, cultivating special fungi that could grow in the depths and provide food for both peoples. But something had happened, a catastrophe or betrayal that caused the hobbits to leave, their memories of the underground kingdoms fading into legend. After 7 days of travel, they found the hidden door, a simple arch carved into the mountainside, decorated with intertwined patterns of flowers and geometric designs. It would have seemed like natural weathering to most eyes, but the golden mushrooms in their packs blazed like captured sunlight as they approached. Deep inside the mountain, they discovered a vast network of caverns transformed into gardens unlike anything they had ever seen. Luminous fungi carpeted the floors and climbed the walls in abstract patterns. Crystal formations in the ceiling caught and amplified what little light there was, creating an eternal twilight perfect for growing things. But they weren't alone. Other hobbits who had vanished after eating the mushrooms were there, working alongside a small group of dwarves who called themselves the Guardians of the Deep Gardens. These dwarves were the descendants of those who had refused to forget the ancient friendship between their peoples. The truth, when it emerged, was both wonderful and terrible. The golden mushrooms were a creation of the ancient Hobbit-Dwarf alliance, designed to awaken ancestral memories in Hobbit blood when danger threatened the deep gardens. And danger had indeed come. A darkness was spreading through the deeper tunnels, corrupting the fungi and threatening to destroy this hidden realm of cooperation between the peoples of Middle-earth. This darkness, they learned, was an echo of an ancient evil, not Sauron's corruption, but something older, a shadow that had crept into the roots of the mountains during the First Age. The combined knowledge of Hobbitcraft and dwarf lore had kept it contained for thousands of years, but now it was awakening. Frederick and Rosa found themselves at the center of an ancient prophecy, one that spoke of a time when the small folk who loved the sun would return to the deep places, bringing with them the memory of light. Together with the other awakened hobbits and their dwarf allies, they began to unlock secrets left by their ancestors. They discovered that hobbit songs about growing things, combined with dwarvish runes of protection, could create barriers against the darkness. Frederick's farming knowledge, merged with dwarven mining techniques, helped them understand how to purify corrupted fungi. Rose's quick thinking and ancient dwarvish machinery saved a vital mushroom nursery from collapse. The final battle against the darkness took place in the Heart Garden, the oldest and deepest of the growing chambers. As the shadow tried to overwhelm them, hobbits and dwarves stood together once more. Frederick led the hobbit farmers in a growing song passed down through generations, but never before sung in its true home, while the dwarves chanted ancient words of binding and harmony. Rosa, standing at the center of it all, planted the last uncorrupted golden mushroom in soil mixed with dwarvish steel dust, a recreation of the ancient ritual that had first sealed away the darkness. The victory transformed the deep gardens. The merged songs of hobbits and dwarves awakened something in the very roots of the mountains, and the gardens blazed with renewed life. The golden mushrooms multiplied, no longer just a warning system, but a symbol of renewed friendship between the peoples. Most of the hobbits chose to return to the Shire, but they maintained contact with their dwarvish friends through a network of growing places, small caves, and hidden valleys where the golden mushrooms grew. Frederick and Rosa became the keepers of this renewed alliance, teaching selected hobbits and dwarves the old songs and techniques. And so, if you walk in the hills between the Shire and the Blue Mountains today, you might spot a golden gleam among the normal mushrooms. If you do, leave it be. It's probably just tending to the ancient friendship between the folk who love growing things and those who love the deep places of the world. Story 4. In Bagin's vast library, where dust motes danced in slanting afternoon sunlight, Marigold Baggins discovered a curious footnote in one of her Uncle Bilbo's oldest journals. It mentioned a fellowship of hobbit craftsmen who once created magical garments for the Rangers of the North, though most hobbits had forgotten this ancient partnership. The entry caught her eye because that very morning, while organizing her grandmother's sewing box, she had found a peculiar silver thimble that seemed to capture and hold moonlight even in the darkest corner. As the library's hobbit historian, Marigold had read countless tales of adventure, but she had never expected to find herself at the beginning of one. The thimble felt warm against her skin, and when she held it up to the light, tiny runes became visible along its rim, runes that somehow reminded her of starlight on water and the whisper of silk in the wind. That night, unable to sleep, Marigold sat at her window watching the moon rise over the hill. As its light touched the thimble, she saw something extraordinary: ghostly threads of silver light extending from the thimble's tip, weaving themselves into patterns that danced in the air before fading away. In that moment, she understood that this was no ordinary sewing tool, but something far older and more powerful. Her quiet research was interrupted the next evening by an urgent knock at her round green door. Outside stood a tall figure in a weather-worn gray cloak, a ranger of the north. He introduced himself as Halberad, and his eyes widened at the sight of the thimble hanging from a chain around Marigold's neck. "So it's true," he breathed. "One of the starlight needles still exists." He explained that the rangers had been searching for the lost tools of the Hobbit weavers for generations. These humble-looking implements had once been used to create cloaks of concealment, garments that helped the rangers protect the borders of all free lands, including the Shire. But dark rumors had reached the rangers' ears. Servants of the enemy were also seeking these ancient tools, hoping to twist their power to create garments of shadow and deception. Already, 3 rangers had disappeared while investigating these rumors. With her scholarly knowledge and the thimble's power awakening to her touch, Marigold realized she had to leave the comfort of Bag End. Halberad would guide her to the ancient fortress of Fernost, where the last of the Hobbit weavers had worked their craft before the kingdom of Arnor fell. They departed at dawn, accompanied by Marigold's gardener, Sam Cotton, who refused to let her face danger alone. As they traveled north, Marigold began to understand more of the thimble's power. In her hands, it could weave light itself into temporary patches of concealment, or create barriers of silvery thread that confused and redirected unfriendly eyes. Their journey took them through the abandoned lands beyond the Shire, where ancient ruins stood as silent witnesses to forgotten histories. At night, Marigold practiced with the thimble, guided by intuition and fragments of knowledge that seemed to flow from the tool itself into her mind. She learned that the starlight needles had been crafted in the early days of Arnor, when elven smiths taught selected Hobbit craftsmen how to capture and weave starlight itself. But they weren't alone in their quest. Shadows seemed to follow them, always just at the edge of visibility. Strange birds circled overhead, their cries carrying messages in dark tongues. One evening, they were ambushed by cloaked figures whose garments seemed to drink in light itself, corrupted versions of the rangers' cloaks, created by dark arts. In the battle that followed, Marigold discovered the true power of her inheritance. The thimble blazed with silver fire, and she found herself weaving patterns of light that turned their enemies' shadow cloaks against them, tangling them in threads of pure starlight. Sam proved his worth too, his Hobbit sense alerting them to danger, and his stout heart never failing. At Fernost, among the ruins of the ancient capital, they found a hidden chamber beneath the old castle. There, preserved in stone and starlight, lay the truth. The starlight needles were never meant to be mere tools for creating magical garments. They were keys, crafted by the elven smiths and entrusted to the hobbits, meant to maintain an ancient weave of protection across all the lands of the north. In the chamber's heart stood a great loom of light, its threads hanging tattered and dim. As Marigold approached with the thimble, ancient memories stirred not just in her mind, but in the very stones around them. The thimble was meant to work in concert with its fellow tools, the needle of dawn, the scissors of twilight, and the thread of dusk, together forming a set of implements that could repair and strengthen the great weave of protection. Even as this revelation came, their enemies struck. The chamber filled with shadow-wreathed figures led by a tall sorcerer who wielded a corrupted needle of his own. In the battle that followed, Marigold discovered that her small size and quick hobbit feet were advantages. While Halbarad and Sam held off the attackers, she danced between streams of shadow and light, using the thimble to gather the remnants of the ancient weave. The climax came when Marigold, guided by the combined wisdom of her scholarly knowledge and the thimble's ancient magic, realized that the great loom could be reactivated with a smaller weave one created by a single starlight needle, wielded with true understanding and purpose. As she worked, weaving light and shadow together in patterns that spoke of protection and revelation, the chamber filled with a silver radiance that drove back their enemies and restored a portion of the ancient defenses. Though they had won the day, Marigold understood that their work was not complete. The other tools still needed to be found, and the great weave fully restored. But something important had been accomplished. A hobbit had once again taken up the mantle of the ancient crafters, proving that even the smallest hands could help reshape the fate of Middle-earth. Marigold returned to the Shire changed, not just as a historian who had discovered living history, but as a guardian of an ancient art. She converted part of Baggin's library into a workshop, where she continued to study and practice the art of starlight weaving. Rangers would sometimes appear at her door, bearing cloaks in need of repair or seeking temporary enchantments for dangerous missions. And on clear nights, those who passed by Bag End might see strange lights dancing in the windows and hear the whisper of threads being woven by a hobbit whose small hands had rediscovered one of the great magics of the elder days. Story 5. In the cozy study of Bag End, where maps of distant lands covered the walls and ancient books filled every shelf, Prisco took unfolded a piece of parchment that would change the fate of the Shire forever. The map had fallen from between the pages of an old volume about Hobbit genealogy, its edges cracked with age, its surface covered in elegant Elvish script that seemed to shimmer in the candlelight. Among his ancestors' shopping lists and family trees, this was something altogether different, a map to what appeared to be the first home of the hobbits, long before they found the Shire. Prisco, who had inherited both his ancestor, Peregrine's adventurous spirit, and his position as Thane of the Shire, might have dismissed it as another of Bilbo's flights of fancy. But that very morning, he had witnessed something extraordinary. Dozens of hobbits from across the Shire reporting the same dream, a voice calling them home, accompanied by visions of a hidden valley where the very rocks hummed with ancient magic. The map showed a path leading through the misty mountains to a valley that appeared on no other chart Prisco had ever studied. According to the Elvish annotations, this was Turtle Perianeth, the valley of the halflings where hobbits had first learned their affinity for growing things from the very earth itself. As he studied the map by candlelight, strange lights began appearing in the fields of Hobbiton, dancing wisps that resembled the fireflies of summer, but glowed with an altogether different kind of radiance. Hobbits who walked near these lights reported feeling an overwhelming sense of nostalgia for a place they had never been. Prisco gathered an unusual company for his journey. Marigold Brandybuck, a scholar who could read Elvish. Tom Goodborough, a farmer who had been having the strongest of the strange dreams. And Pearl Proudfoot, a young hobbit whose skill with riddles and quick thinking had already become legendary in the South Farthing. Together, they represented the diverse strengths of hobbit-kind wisdom, connection to the earth, and clever wit. Their journey took them through lands that had grown wilder since the days of Bilbo's adventures. The old forest seemed to bow away from their path, its ancient trees whispering secrets in a language just beyond understanding. In Bree, they encountered a group of dwarves who spoke of strange lights in the mountains, similar to those that had appeared in the Shire. As they climbed into the misty mountains, Following paths that seemed to reveal themselves only as needed, Prisco began to understand why this valley had remained hidden for so long. The very rocks seemed to shift around them, opening passages that disappeared behind them, leading them through a maze that responded to some ancient hobbit magic they hadn't known they possessed. On the 7th day of their mountain journey, they found the first sign that they were on the right path, a stone arch carved with symbols that matched those on their map. But it was Tom Goodborough who made the crucial discovery. Kneeling to examine some moss growing between the stones, he noticed that it formed patterns similar to the ones that had appeared in his dreams. When he touched it, the entire arch began to glow with a soft, golden light. The valley, when they finally found it, took their breath away. Nestled between towering peaks was a paradise that seemed to exist in eternal springtime. Ancient hobbit holes, far grander than anything in the Shire, were carved into the valley walls. Gardens that had flourished without tending for thousands of years cascaded down the slopes, growing foods and flowers unlike anything they had ever seen. But they weren't alone. Other hobbits who had followed their dreams had already arrived, drawn by the same calling. And in the center of the valley stood a circle of standing stones, each one humming with power that seemed to resonate with something in their hobbit hearts. The truth, when they discovered it, was more wonderful and terrible than they could have imagined. The valley had been the first gift given to hobbits by the Valar themselves, a place where they were meant to develop their own kind of magic, different from the grand powers of elves or the crafting skills of dwarves. It was a subtle magic of growing things, of living in harmony with the earth, of understanding the quiet voices of plants and soil. But long ago, when Morgoth's shadow first fell over Middle-earth, the hobbits had chosen to seal away their valley and its power, believing themselves too small to defend such a great gift. They had scattered across Middle-earth, eventually finding the Shire, and with each generation, the memory of their first home had faded into legend. Now, with Sauron's final defeat and the dawn of the Fourth Age, the valley had awakened. The lights in the Shire had been its call, seeking those who could restore the ancient connection between hobbits and their original gift. In the days that followed, Prisco and his companions discovered the true purpose of their journey. The standing stones formed a circuit that needed to be reactivated by hobbit hands and hearts that understood both the old magic and the new ways of their people. Each stone represented a different aspect of hobbit craft: growing, cooking, crafting, storytelling, and the keeping of peace. The ritual to reawaken the valley's power required not grand gestures or mighty spells, but the simple, honest skills that hobbits had preserved through all their wandering years. Marigold's knowledge of ancient tongues gave voice to forgotten songs. Tom's farmer's wisdom reconnected the valley's gardens to the rhythm of the seasons. Pearl's riddles and tales wove new stories into the valley's ancient history. And Prisco, as Thane, represented the hobbits' ability to govern themselves with wisdom and humility. As the last stone was awakened, the valley filled with a warm, golden light that spread outward, touching every hobbit present with the knowledge of their people's true heritage. They were not just simple folk who loved comfort and good food. They were guardians of a different kind of magic, one that celebrated the extraordinary nature of ordinary things and the power of living in harmony with the world. The valley became a new chapter in hobbit history, not a replacement for the Shire, but a place where hobbits could come to remember their heritage and learn the deeper magic that had always been their birthright. Prisco established a council to maintain the connection between the Shire and the valley, ensuring that this rediscovered legacy would never again be forgotten. And so, if you visit the Shire today and see lights dancing in the gardens at twilight, or hear the earth humming a tune that almost makes sense, know that you're witnessing echoes of the hobbit's first home, a place where the smallest of folk were given one of the greatest gifts, the magic of making ordinary things extraordinary. Story 6. The morning mist clung to the rolling hills of Hobbiton like a gentle blanket, wrapping around the circular doors and well-tended gardens of the hobbits' homes. On this particular morning, the 33rd birthday of Luna Baggins, something extraordinary stirred in the air, a whisper of magic that seemed to dance between the dewdrops clinging to the morning glory vines. Luna sat in her father's study, surrounded by the comforting scent of old books and pipeweed, carefully holding the peculiar pocket watch he had left her. Its bronze surface was etched with intricate patterns of leaves and vines, and the face bore curious markings unlike any timepiece she had ever seen. As she traced her fingers along its edge, the watch began to emit a soft, golden glow. "Happy birthday to me," she whispered, and with trembling fingers, turned the delicate hands of the watch counterclockwise. The world around her blurred like watercolors in the rain, and when it settled again, she found herself standing in a Hobbiton she barely recognized. The trees were younger, the paths less worn, and in place of her father's study stood a garden filled with flowers she had never seen before. That was how Luna discovered she had inherited no ordinary timepiece, but a magical artifact that allowed her to traverse the history of the Shire. However, she quickly learned she wasn't the only one who understood its power. Her best friend's Poppy Took, a spirited hobbit with a collection of ancient maps that rivaled the great library of Buckland. Tom Brandybuck, whose knowledge of Shire legends earned him the nickname the Walking History Book. And young Iris Gamgee, who could sense magic as easily as others could smell fresh baked bread, soon became entangled in her temporal adventures. Together, they began exploring the Shire's past, watching pivotal moments unfold before their eyes. The great smiles being built, the first Thane being chosen, and even glimpsing the legendary Bolrar took as he inadvertently invented the game of golf. Each journey was more fascinating than the last, but with every visit to the past, subtle changes began appearing in their present. First, it was small things, the color of the mayor's front door changing from green to blue, or the traditional Midsummer's Eve feast featuring different dishes than they remembered. But then bigger changes started occurring. The great party tree vanished, replaced by a fountain no one had remembered being there before. The weekly market moved from its centuries-old location to the other side of Hobbiton, and some hobbits even had different family names than they'd had the day before. "We're unraveling something," Iris said one evening, as they gathered in Luna's garden to discuss their latest temporal excursion. Her fingers nervously twisted a strand of her honey-colored hair as she spoke. "I can feel it like a song that's slowly going out of tune." Tom nodded gravely, consulting one of his many history books. "According to these chronicles, there was a crucial moment in our history, the crossing of the Brandywine. The first hobbits who settled the Shire had to make a choice about where to build their homes. But something feels wrong about how it's written here." Poppy spread out her oldest map on the grass, its parchment crackling softly. "Look at this." She pointed to a faded marking. "This shows an original settlement that doesn't exist in any other record. It's as if it just disappeared." Luna took out the pocket watch, its surface gleaming in the lantern light. "Then we need to go back," she said firmly. "Back to the crossing. Something happened there, something that wasn't supposed to happen, and we need to fix it." Using the watch's power, they traveled back to the earliest days of the Shire, when the land was wild, and the first Hobbit families were just beginning their journey across the Brandywine River. There, they discovered a truth that had been lost to time. A group of hobbits had been separated from the main party during the crossing, leading them to settle in a different location than intended. This seemingly small deviation had created a fracture in time that was slowly growing larger with each passing year. The four friends realized they had to find a way to reunite the separated group with the main party without being seen or interfering too directly with history. It required all their combined skills: Poppy's knowledge of the ancient landscape, Tom's understanding of historical events, Iris's ability to sense the right moment to act, and Luna's careful manipulation of the watch's power. Working together, they managed to leave signs and markers that guided the lost group back to their kin, careful to make each intervention appear natural and unplanned. As the last piece fell into place and the separated hobbits found their way back to the main group, they felt the timeline shift and heal around them. When they returned to their present, they found Hobbiton restored, but not quite the same as when they had started. The changes they had witnessed weren't erased. Instead, they had become part of a richer, more complete history. The party tree stood proud and tall, but now accompanied by the fountain. The market sprawled across both sides of Hobbiton, twice as large and lively as before. Family names had blended and evolved, creating new traditions that felt as old as the hills themselves. Luna looked at her father's pocket watch one last time before carefully placing it in a box lined with velvet. Its task was complete, the timeline was healed, and the Shire's history was whole again. But more importantly, she had learned what her father had always tried to teach her, that the greatest magic lies not in changing the past, but in understanding how it shapes the present. The watch still sits in its box in Luna's study, its face gleaming softly in the moonlight that streams through the round window. Sometimes, on very quiet nights, visitors say they can hear it ticking backwards, keeping time not just for the present, but for all the moments that have ever been and ever will be in the Shire. And if you look very carefully at the ancient maps in the Matham house, you might find traces of those other histories, the ones that might have been. And the one that finally was all thanks to 4 brave hobbits who understood that sometimes the greatest adventures happen right in your own backyard. The morning mist still clings to the rolling hills of Hobbiton, but now it carries whispers of both past and present, of timelines healed and histories preserved, of 4 friends who learned that even the smallest actions can echo through time. And in every garden, in every well-tended flower and ancient tree, the magic of the Shire lives on, keeping its own time, telling its own tales, waiting for the next adventure to begin. Story 7. In the heart of the Shire, where rolling hills met misty mornings and afternoon tea was as certain as the sunrise, lived Hamfast Bolger, the shyest hobbit that Hobbiton had ever known. His garden was his sanctuary, a place where vegetables grew in neat rows and flowers bloomed in perfect harmony, requiring no conversation or social graces from their tender. On the eve of his 40th birthday, as the autumn wind whispered through the leaves of his prized tomato plants, Hamfast received an unexpected visitor. The ghost of his great-grandfather, old Hildefons Bolger, appeared among the moonflowers, his translucent form giving off a gentle silver light that made the dewdrops sparkle like stars fallen to earth. "The time has come, young Hamfast," the spirit announced, his voice carrying the weight of ages past. "Every 100 years, a hobbit must undertake the quest of the Silver Bell, or the magic that keeps our beloved Shire peaceful will fade like morning mist in the summer sun." Hamfast, who typically stammered at the mere thought of speaking to the grocer, found himself frozen in place, garden shears dropping from his trembling hands. Yet something in his great-grandfather's ghostly eyes spoke of destiny, of a path that could not be avoided, no matter how many vegetables needed tending. The next morning, still shaking from his spectral encounter, Hamfast sought out the only people he truly felt comfortable around, the Took twins, Marigold and Mint, whose mastery of fireworks was matched only by their infectious laughter, and old Bilbo Greenhand, a storyteller whose tales were dismissed as fancy, but whose eyes held ancient wisdom. "The Silver Bell of the Hobbits," Bilbo Greenhand mused, puffing on his pipe as they gathered in his cluttered study. said to have been forged from starlight by the first hobbits who settled the Shire. Its ring is said to renew the protective enchantments that keep our land safe and prosperous. Marigold and Mint exchanged excited glances. "We've heard whispers," Marigold began, her eyes twinkling with adventure. "Of a map hidden in the patterns of old fireworks," Mint finished, pulling out a scroll covered in mysterious markings. Thus began an unlikely quest, led by the most unlikely of hobbits. The twins decoded their firework patterns, revealing that the bell lay hidden in the ancient Barrow Downs, beyond the borders of the Shire. Hamfast, who had never ventured further than the Brandywine Bridge, felt his heart flutter like a trapped butterfly. Their journey took them through the old forest, where the trees seemed to whisper secrets in ancient tongues. Hamfast discovered that his knowledge of plants, gained from years of careful gardening, helped them identify safe paths and avoid the forest's more mischievous inhabitants. The twins' fireworks proved invaluable for lighting their way and deterring curious wolves, while Bilbo's stories, which turned out to be far more accurate than anyone had given him credit for, guided them through treacherous landscapes. In the heart of the Barrow Downs, they faced their greatest challenge. The entrance to the bell's resting place was guarded by ancient riddles, written in the language of flowers, a tongue that Hamfast, to everyone's surprise, could read fluently. "Speak the name of the bloom that opens only in twilight, yet brings dawn's first light," he read, his voice growing stronger with each word. "Moonflower," he whispered, remembering the very plant that had illuminated his great-grandfather's ghost. The ground trembled, and an ancient doorway appeared in the hillside. Within the hidden chamber, they found the silver bell suspended in a shaft of eternal moonlight. But as Hamfast approached, dark shadows began to seep from the corners of the room, the ancient fears and doubts that had plagued the Shire for centuries, given form by the fading protective magic. It was then that Hamfast discovered why he had been chosen. His quiet nature, his gentle way with growing things, his ability to listen rather than speak, these were not weaknesses, but strengths. As the shadows threatened to overwhelm them, he began to speak softly to them as he would to his frightened seedlings during a storm. The shadows hesitated, then began to retreat. Hamfast reached for the bell, its silver surface warm to his touch, and as he rang it, its clear tone resonated with the very earth beneath their feet. The sound carried across the downs, through the old forest, and back to the Shire, renewing the ancient protections that had kept their land safe for generations. The return journey was celebrated in true Hobbit fashion, with feasts and fireworks courtesy of the Took twins. Bilbo Greenhand began telling the tale to anyone who would listen, though now his eyes held the satisfaction of one who had finally been proven right. Hamfast returned to his garden, but he was changed. His flowers still grew in neat rows, but now they seemed to sing softly in the morning light. Visitors who came to admire his prized tomatoes found themselves sharing tea with a hobbit who, while still quiet, had found his own kind of courage. The silver bell was returned to its resting place, but its magic lived on in the Shire's fertile soil, in the laughter of children playing without fear under ancient trees, and in the heart of a shy gardener who had learned that sometimes the greatest adventures begin in the quietest of moments. And on clear nights, when the moon is full and the moonflowers bloom in Hamfast's garden, some say they can hear the faint echo of the bell's ring, a reminder that even the smallest and quietest among us can carry the mightiest of magics within their hearts. Story 8. Deep in the great Smiles Library, where dust motes danced in shafts of afternoon sunlight and ancient books whispered their secrets to patient listeners, Pervinka Took made an extraordinary discovery. Hidden behind a loose brick in the oldest wall of the library, she found a small leather-bound journal, its pages yellow with age and filled with elegant script, that seemed to shimmer in the lamplight. As the young Hobbit librarian carefully turned the delicate pages, her eyes widened. This was no ordinary diary, but the chronicles of a secret society, the Guardians of the Green, hobbits who had protected the Shire for generations using nothing more than their innate connection to the land and their mastery of the ancient art of garden craft. The discovery couldn't have come at a more crucial time. Strange things had been happening in the Shire's gardens. Ordinary vegetables were growing with unusual speed, their vines creeping across garden walls with unsettling purpose. More disturbing still, hobbits who tended these peculiar plants began to change, abandoning their comfortable routines for wild adventures, speaking of distant mountains and dangerous quests. Pervinka knew she needed help. She sought out her grandmother, Eleanor Weatherwise, whose knowledge of herbs and their properties was unmatched in all for farthings. Next came her cousin Folko, whose reputation for laziness masked a keen mind and sharp observational skills. Finally, she approached young Pearl Underhill, a cook's apprentice who had recently confided that the herbs in her kitchen garden seemed to whisper to her. The journal speaks of a time when hobbits were more attuned to the magic in growing things, Pervinka explained as they gathered in her grandmother's herb garden. They didn't just tend gardens, they worked with the very essence of the land itself. Eleanor nodded sagely, her silver hair catching the evening light. I've always said there's more to hobbit gardening than meets the eye. My own grandmother used to sing to her tomatoes in a language I never understood. As they studied the journal's pages, they discovered that the current strange occurrences were not without precedent. Every few generations, the balance of magic in the Shire would shift, and the plants would grow wild with ancient power. The Guardians of the Green would then perform a ritual of renewal, using their connection to the land to restore harmony. But the last known Guardian had died 50 years ago, taking their secrets to the grave. Now it fell to Pervinka and her unlikely band to rediscover these ancient arts before the wild magic transformed the Shire beyond recognition. Their first test came when a patch of runner beans and hobbiton grew to monstrous proportions overnight, their vines wrapping around a hobbit hole and nearly pulling it from the ground. Pearl approached the aggressive plants, her hands trembling but her voice steady as she sang an old gardening song her mother had taught her. To everyone's amazement, the vines began to loosen their grip, responding to the ancient melody hidden within the simple tune. Folko, who had spent countless hours watching gardens while avoiding work in them, noticed patterns in the way the wild growth spread. It's like a conversation, he mused, sketching maps that showed the path of the magic. The plants are trying to tell us something. Through careful observation and study of the journal, they began to piece together the forgotten knowledge of the Guardians. Eleanor's herb lore proved invaluable as they created balms and tinctures that could calm the more aggressive plants. Pervinka's understanding of ancient texts helped them decipher the cryptic instructions for the ritual of renewal. But their greatest challenge came when they discovered the source of the imbalance. A well-meaning hobbit had planted seeds found in an ancient barrow, unwittingly awakening dormant magic that had slept for centuries. Now this magic was spreading, calling to something deep within the hobbit's ancestral memory, stirring a wanderlust that threatened the very fabric of Shire society. The ritual had to be performed at midnight during the harvest moon, in the heart of the old forest where the magic ran deepest. As they made their way through the ancient woods, guided by Pearl's growing ability to communicate with plants, they felt the weight of generations of guardians walking beside them. The ritual itself was both simpler and more complex than they had imagined. It required no grand gestures or mystical instruments, only 4 hobbits with open hearts, standing at the compass points, their feet bare against the earth, sharing their love for their homeland through songs taught by their grandmothers and recipes passed down through generations. As their voices rose in harmony with the whispers of the trees, the wild magic began to settle. Throughout the Shire, rampant growth slowed, and gardens returned to their proper order. Hobbits who had been seized by wanderlust found their love of home and comfort returning, though perhaps with a slightly greater appreciation for the occasional adventure. In the days that followed, Pravinka and her friends continued their work, more quietly now, but with equal importance. They became the new guardians of the green, keeping the balance between the wild magic of the ancient world and the gentle order of Hobbit gardens. The journal found its way back to its hidden nook in the library wall, with new pages added to chronicle their own chapter in the ancient society's history. And if visitors to the Shire noticed that the gardens seemed especially vibrant, the vegetables particularly flavorful, and the flowers unusually beautiful, they attributed it to the legendary green thumb of hobbits. But those who looked closer might notice Pravinka consulting ancient texts with soil-stained hands, or Pearl humming strange melodies to her herbs, or Folko watching the gardens with knowing eyes, or Eleanor teaching young hobbits songs in a language older than the Shire itself. For in every garden, in every growing thing, the magic of the land lived on, tended and treasured by its faithful hobbit guardians. And so, the Shire remained as it had always been, a place of peace and plenty, of gardens and good food, of simple pleasures and subtle magic. For as any guardian could tell you, the greatest magic often lies in the smallest of things, in the quiet growth of a seed, in the patient tending of a garden, in the love of home and hearth that has always been the true power of hobbit kind. Story 9. The savory aroma of mushrooms, herbs, and perfectly flaky crust wafted through the windows of number 3 Bagshot Row, where Mary Brandybuck III created his culinary masterpieces. Known throughout the Shire as the Hobbit with the most magical touch in the kitchen, Mary took particular pride in his grandmother's secret recipe for mushroom pie. What he didn't expect was just how magical that recipe would turn out to be. It began on a misty autumn morning when old Bilbo Baggins became the first to vanish. One moment, he was savoring a bite of Mary's prize-winning mushroom pie at the Harvest Festival. The next, he simply wasn't there. His fork clattered to the ground, still bearing a morsel of the flaky crust. Within a week, 3 more hobbits had disappeared in similar fashion, each immediately after tasting Mary's specially seasoned mushroom pies. Panic might have ensued had not each missing hobbit reappeared exactly 3 days later, wearing strange clothes and speaking of an extraordinary place, a parallel Shire where hobbits had never settled into their comfortable ways. "You wouldn't believe it," old Bilbo exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with an adventure light that hadn't been seen since his younger days. "Hobbits living in tree houses high as eagles' nests. Riding trained wolves instead of ponies. Fighting dragons with nothing but their walking sticks and their wits." Mary's sister Pippa, who spent more time studying ancient hobbit legends than was considered proper for a respectable young lady, immediately recognized the significance. "The mushrooms," she declared, poring over a dusty tome in their father's library. "They must be wandering morels, the ones that grow on the borders between worlds." Grandmother's recipe doesn't just season them. It activates their power. Frodo Lightfoot, Mary's best friend and the Shire's most accomplished cartographer, began mapping the appearances and disappearances, noting that they formed a pattern that looked suspiciously like the constellation, the wandering chef that appeared in autumn skies. As more hobbits accidentally consumed the magical pies and crossed over, Merry and his companions began to notice troubling changes in their own Shire. The boundaries between the worlds were growing thinner. In some places, You could see glimpses of the other Shire superimposed over their own tree houses, shimmering like mirages above familiar hobbit holes, the sound of wolf howls echoing where there should be only the clip-clop of ponies. "We need to close the gap," Pippa insisted, "before the worlds bleed together completely. Our Shire could be forever changed." But closing the gap proved more complicated than they imagined. The recipe, when properly deciphered, revealed itself as not just a list of ingredients, but a key to controlling the doors between worlds. Each ingredient represented a different aspect of reality: thyme for the passage of days, bay leaves for the boundaries between worlds, and the mushrooms themselves as the bridge between here and there. Merry realized he would have to bake one final pie, the most important one of his life. This one would need to be perfect, with precisely measured ingredients and exactly the right amount of magic to seal the breach between the worlds. The kitchen of number 3 Bagshot Row became a place of high magic that night. Frodo calculated the exact positions of the stars to determine the perfect moment for each ingredient to be added. Pippa read from ancient texts, her voice mixing with the sizzle of mushrooms and the bubble of gravy. Merry worked with the focus of a wizard, his hands moving with practiced precision as he created what might be his masterpiece or his doom. As midnight approached, the pie came out of the oven golden brown and gleaming with possibility. Steam rose from its carefully crafted vents in shapes that looked like dancing figures, or perhaps letters in an ancient script. The aroma was intoxicating, a scent that seemed to exist somewhere between dreams and reality. All across the Shire, hobbits who had tasted the magical pies and visited the other world felt a strange tugging sensation. In gardens and markets, at dinner tables and in cozy hobbit holes, they found themselves drawn back to their own reality, the adventurous spirit of the other world lingering in their hearts, but no longer pulling at their souls. The worlds separated gradually, like mist clearing on a spring morning. The shadow images of tree houses faded from the air above hobbit holes. The howls of phantom wolves became distant memories. The Shire was itself again mostly. For though the worlds were once again distinct, something of the other Shire remained behind in the hearts of those who had tasted Merry's pies. Old Bilbo could sometimes be seen practicing with his walking stick in his garden, as if preparing for dragons that would never come. Young hobbits told tales of tree houses and wolf riders on warm summer evenings. And occasionally, on misty mornings or starlit nights, someone would swear they caught a glimpse of that other world, where hobbits had chosen a different path. Merry continued baking, though he carefully avoided using wandering morels in his recipes. His pies won prizes at every festival, and if sometimes the judges thought they tasted a hint of adventure in his crusts or caught a whiff of mystery in his gravies, well, that was surely just their imagination. The recipe for the magical mushroom pies was carefully preserved in a secret compartment in the Brandybuck family cookbook, waiting for a time when the barriers between worlds might need adjusting again. For as Pippa was fond of saying, sometimes the greatest adventures happen not with swords and sorcery, but with rolling pins and recipe books. And on quiet evenings, if you pass by number 3 Bagshot Row, you might catch the scent of mushrooms and herbs on the breeze, and for just a moment, you might wonder if somewhere, in another Shire, another Merry is baking pies that taste of home and comfort for hobbits who dream of a quieter life. Story 10, in the cozy confines of Bag End, where shadows of adventure still lingered in dusty corners from his great-uncle's famous exploits, Bilbo Baggins Jr. discovered an extraordinary handkerchief. It wasn't the delicate embroidery that made it remarkable, nor the slightly faded silk. It was the fact that the intricate patterns stitched along its edges formed a map, unlike any other in his great-uncle's collection. Young Bilbo had grown up on tales of dragons and rings, of epic quests and distant mountains, but the map on this handkerchief spoke of mysteries much closer to home. In moonlight, The silver threads revealed the locations of ancient hobbit holes, abandoned tunnels that predated the Shire itself, where the first hobbit settlers had made their homes. Unable to contain his excitement, Bilbo sought out his closest companions, Sam Gamgee II, who had inherited both his father's love of gardens and his unwavering loyalty, and Rosie Took, whose Tookish blood gave her a spark of adventure that matched Bilbo's own. Together, they studied the glimmering map by candlelight in Bag End Study. "Look here," Bilbo pointed to a spot where the silver threads formed a complex knot. According to these markings, there's an entrance to the old tunnels right beneath the party tree. That very night, under a sky scattered with stars like diamond dust, the three young hobbits began their exploration. They found a hidden door cunningly concealed among the party tree's roots, its outline visible only when touched by moonlight. It swung open with a whisper of ancient hinges, revealing a passage that plunged deep into the heart of the Shire's hills. The tunnels were unlike anything they had ever seen. While modern hobbit holes were cozy affairs of rounded walls and wooden beams, these ancient passages were carved with intricate patterns that seemed to shift in the light of their lanterns. The air was thick with the scent of earth, and something else, something older and more mysterious. As they ventured deeper, they discovered chambers filled with wonders, gardens of luminous mushrooms that grew without sunlight, their caps gleaming with an inner radiance. Walls covered in paintings that moved when no one was looking directly at them. And most remarkably, evidence that the ancient hobbits had developed a unique form of earth magic, working with the very soul of the land itself. But they weren't alone in their discovery. Word of their exploration had reached the ears of Merchant Proudfoot, a wealthy hobbit known for his collection of rare artifacts. His agents began appearing in the tunnels, seeking to exploit the ancient magic for profit. The luminous mushrooms they discovered could be used to create potions of extraordinary power, and Proudfoot was determined to control their harvest. Deeper in the tunnels, Bilbo and his friends found a vast chamber that seemed to be the heart of the ancient settlement. Here, the walls thrummed with magic, and in the center stood a circle of stone seats, each carved with symbols that Sam recognized from old stories his father had told him about the first hobbit gardeners. These aren't just tunnels, Rosie realized, her voice hushed with awe. This was a school, a place where hobbits learned to work with the magic of the earth itself. Their discovery came just in time. Proudfoot's reckless harvesting of the luminous mushrooms had begun to destabilize the ancient magic that supported the tunnels. The very earth seemed to tremble with distress, and strange lights began appearing in the Shire's gardens at night. In the great chamber, they found ancient texts that revealed the truth. The mushrooms were more than just sources of power. They were the anchor points of a vast web of magic that kept the Shire's land fertile and protected. The first hobbits had cultivated them as guardians, not as resources to be exploited. Using knowledge gleaned from the ancient texts, and with Sam's innate understanding of growing things, they began the delicate work of restoring balance to the tunnels. Rosie's Tookish intuition helped them navigate the complex web of old magic, while Bilbo's connection to his great-uncle's adventures gave him the courage to face the challenges ahead. The final confrontation with Proudfoot came during a harvest moon, when the magic in the tunnels was at its strongest. As the merchant and his agents attempted to harvest the last and largest cluster of luminous mushrooms, the three young hobbits enacted an ancient ritual of protection. Sam planted seeds of ordinary mushrooms in a circle, speaking words of growth and guardianship that seemed to come from the earth itself. Rosie sang an old Took family song that, in the depths of the tunnels, took on the power of an ancient spell. And Bilbo, standing in the center of the stone circle, used his great-uncle's handkerchief to bind the old magic to the new, creating a bridge between past and present. The tunnels responded. The luminous mushrooms spread their light throughout the passages, no longer confined to isolated clusters. The moving paintings on the walls came fully alive, showing scenes from Hobbit history that had been lost to time. And most importantly, the magic of the ancient hobbits merged with the simple, everyday magic of the modern Shire, the magic of growing things, of home and hearth, of friendship and courage. Proudfoot and his agents fled, their greed no match for the awakened power of the ancient Hobbit halls. The tunnels became a sanctuary once more, but not a secret one. Under the guidance of Bilbo, Sam, and Rosie, they were gradually reopened as a place where hobbits could learn about their heritage and the subtle magics that had always been part of their world. The handkerchief map was framed and hung in the great chamber, its silver threads still gleaming in the light of the luminous mushrooms. And if visitors noticed that the Shire's gardens grew a little more vigorously, its food tasted a little more magical, and its children dreamed a little more vividly of adventures, well, that was simply the way of things in a land where the old magic had awakened once more. For as Bilbo often said, sometimes the greatest treasures aren't found in distant mountains or dragon hordes, but right beneath our feet, waiting for those with the courage to look deeper and the wisdom to understand what they find.